Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 21 allies. We're going up against 14 enemies. And I believe I've got my range kills. Birdjack is in first place. Mom is in second. Feathers Bong is in third. Mom has killed an epic. JR kills the other one. What do we have left? Nothing. We're done. We've won. Good. JR926 is in first place with 3 kills. Freaky Beats is in second place, 2 kill, 1 assist, and Birdjack is in third, 2 assist. We have gold, and hey, Decanizer showed up, so they snag it for themselves. We have a fairy that is not claimed by anyone, so Scruffy Scumbags gets dusted. Well, I mean, that's appropriate. And we move on to a token chest before the boss battle. And I need to clear a quest. Okay, so before doing anything else. And I think after this, I'm going to go for barbarians because it looks like that I'm going to be able to do that today. Alrighty, barbar. So you're going to get a soul. Makes me realize I forgot to put that on. Forgot to give my shinobi a soul. Oh well. Alrighty, and it is past 8 a.m. Time for me to visit the shop where fairies get purchased. I am above 20k. I get a refresh. I'm above 25, so that's another refresh. And I am above 30 still, so that's the last refresh. And that is that. So half an hour to see how this is going to turn out. And now to visit the viewer side shop where Lancers get purchased. I am above 50k. I got a refresh. I'm above, wait. There we go. I'm above 55, so that's another refresh. I am above 60. So that is a third refresh. And man, is it slow. That is that. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week, for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope the week started well for all of you. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. My week started okay. Stepping Wild went live on Royal Road. So for those who are interested, there's the link. And yeah, it technically, well, it went live on Royal Road yesterday. And within 5 minutes of posting it, somebody contacted me on Discord and goes, I think you posted the wrong chapter. And indeed, even though I had thought I'd been careful that I doubled and triple checked everything, I ended up posting a much later chapter today. I don't know. I honestly have no idea how I did that. Fortunately, they seem to have been fast enough that nobody else commented on it, so they may have caught it before anybody else noticed, so I'm glad of that. And this morning, because what I do with Royal Road, because Royal Road, the reader's on there, tend to be pretty good about telling me my typos. So I'll post it on a day. Well, I post a chapter Monday, Wednesday, Friday there. And in the 24 hours, I get the majority. The first 24 hours of a story for me, I get the majority of the comments. And then the next day, I fix all those mistakes and I copy paste that to Scribble and Wattpad, which is what I did today. And that proved a little more intensive. Well, it was more intensive today because I had to create the whole story, the story page. So, and that's a lot of information to enter. Going forward, it should be a lot quicker because then I just have to add the chapters, copy paste, and make adjust things for each of the specific site because they work in their own way. Like I really wish there was a way to streamline all of that, but there isn't. Alrighty, today is Tuesday. Today is a read and correct day. Well, morning for me. You created an account, Angel, and welcome to the stream, Angel. Welcome to the stream. No, and you posted a short story there. Cool. If you are not familiar with Royal Road, I will establish that. Like, it is not a bad site. Right off the bat, it is a pretty good site. But the majority of the readers there are looking for serials. They're looking for very long stories. So if you do not get the traction you see everybody else getting with your short stories and all that, that is almost certainly why. Because they want, basically the rule of thumb with Royal Road is you will not get interaction until you have at least 20 chapters on there. Especially with your first story. Like they tend to want to see that the author there is serious about what they're doing. If you want to play the game on Royal Road, i.e., become very popular, there are a lot more things you need to do, but I never bothered with that because popularity has never been my game. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, I really hope it works well for you. It's I enjoy the readers there. You are popular there? Cool. I don't know how to judge if I'm popular on Wattpad or Scribble because there's literally zero interaction there. People, the nice thing about Royal Road is that the readers will talk to me. They will leave comments. They will tell, if only to say, thanks for posting. They'll do that. Scribble and Wattpad, barely no one interacts there with me. So I don't know if that means that I'm not popular. I don't know if it simply means that's how it is on those two sites. I have no idea. And, and again, I don't care since, I'm not playing the popularity game, but, it sort of makes it difficult to judge. But yes, today is read and correct. For those who are new to that, for the first timer listening to these are when I read chapters from my books and I correct them as I go. I record these, so while this is happening, I will be ignoring the chat, and should the chapter run long, the Stream Raider battle will be delayed. To minimize that from happening, I will start now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, We are doing Chapter 86 of The Captain's Heart. Jeremy's quarters were larger than he'd ever considered asking for. Than he'd ever ask for. By the 4 toilet rooms, 6 rooms, yeah, 4 toilet rooms, 6 6 bedrooms, offices, not including the dining room, the lounge, or the lounge. This would house a family. There was even a completely food prep area, along with the food printer. The corridors leading there had been vacant. Thurrock had mentioned how Gralgaron had asked people to remain indoors on account of what had been done to him. A day of mourning, his friend, which he had trouble enduring even paces away, had explained was what the people on the ship were taking it as. Mourning one of theirs being hurt in so grave a way. Jeremy had almost snapped. Telling him Gralgaron hadn't suffered one fucking thing, when he realized that wasn't who they meant. They were mourning for how hurt he had been. You know what? He had been. Realizing the people he was now scared of cared for him so much hadn't been the help he wished it had. Whatever that machine had done to him was too deep for knowledge to dislodge. Thurrock had warned him that once he settled in, it would be impossible to insure even this part of the ship, which rarely saw traffic unless they had high value guests traveling with them, would be cleared if he ventured out. That had sounded like a threat. Try to leave and we'll know. We'll bring you back and you won't enjoy how we punish you for trying to leave. It had been a warning. He knew that. They were all aware of the state he was in, the fear he now lived with, and they didn't want to distress him, but they couldn't stop the ship from functioning, and that meant people moving about. Maintenance needed to happen, repairs. Thurrock had asked if Jeremy had wanted company, and he'd immediately moved away, unable to hide the disgust at this suggestion. How could he ever want to have one of them around if he could help it? He'd managed to keep the insult to himself, but couldn't get himself to apologize for the hurt in his friend's eyes. Now he was alone in empty quarters far too large for him. He'd done a second round of the rooms, deciding which he'd use as a workshop. His bedroom, the one with the attached shower and 2 toilet rooms, was obvious, when the chime announced someone at the door. He looked for an escape. There had to be another way out. How had he let himself be talked into staying here, where they could come and go, where they could come and do anything they wanted? He activated the comm on his tablet. Yes, he couldn't stop the trembling in his voice, but he wouldn't let that silence him. He had fought to be on the ship, had told those other aliens who had argued for him to stay on the station. He wanted nothing. Told that he wanted nothing of their safety. He was going to fight this. He was going to go to war with what had been done to him, and he would rip it apart. Technician Jeremy Bradshaw, we are with maintenance. We have furniture for your apartment. They wanted to come in? Okay. He stared at the unlock option on his tablet. He would let them in. Stay out of the way and direct where he wanted things. They weren't going to hurt him. The fear was something Omar had implanted in his mind with that cursed machine. He was better than that. He stared at the option. At the option? Stared at the button. He could do this. He could trust that they weren't here to hurt him. They weren't friends, but they were allies. They were friendlies, allies. He belonged here. He wanted to believe the person who told him that once. His mother, maybe. He stared at the option. Maybe they'd left by now, had given up their plans to invade his sanctuary. If they weren't there, it was safe to unlock the door, wasn't it? He tapped it and felt better for that. Nothing would happen. The door wouldn't. It opened and he bolted to the closest room. Technician? A man called. Just, he swallowed. What was he supposed to do? Maybe he could tell them to put everything in the furthest room and make a run for the door? Leave it in the lounge. I'll put everything away myself. He couldn't trust himself not to run off, even knowing there would be more of them outside, that he was trapped with them on the ship. This room was the safest place anywhere. A part of him wanted to be away from this immediate threat. There was movement, items, large and small, put down, moved about. How long did dropping little he needed take? Felt like screaming. Then silence. He waited. It was a ploy to get him to leave the safety of the room with the open door leading to a corridor that led to the lounge. He snorted. A chuckle. Omar couldn't even be bothered to create fear he couldn't reason his way out of. How had he done this? Some of the scenarios had been based on very personal details, things he had no way to know. Just what kind of technology did the humans military have? There was no way this was medical, no matter how it might have started. He was stalling. He peeked around the side of the door, saw no one, heard no one. He inched forward, staying by the wall. He saw no one among the furniture. The table, the chairs were set up. The tables and chairs were set up, as was a bowl seat in the lounge. The rest were against the wall. He carefully checked no one was hiding behind them. Only then was he able to relax, knowing no one would bother him. The chime sounded, and he jumped, then held onto the wall, panting. Then he was at the door, ready to let whoever the asshole who'd startle him like this know he didn't appreciate it. And then he remembered Kelsarians. He was on their ship. One of them was on the other side. What if it was that one? The one he couldn't wait to see again, here to rip him apart. Yes? Jeremy? It's Xenial? Not him, fortunately. Thankfully. Yes? But what could this one want? I have something for you. You can't come in. You can't come in, he hurried to warn, barely making his tone conciliatory instead of accusatory. I understand. What is it? Coffee? He chuckled. I appreciate it, but it's not that hard to print a cup. I'm told that if you make it with the real grounds, it's better. His fingers was over the open button when his mind stopped him with a loud trap. Why else would he use that? How did he even know about coffee beans? He looked at his fingers, the button for coffee, the real stuff. Wasn't it worth the risk? If he didn't open the door, would he leave with it? I'm leaving it by the door. At the door. There's everything my research and contacts told me was needed to make coffee from the beans. If you don't know how, I've left a file with the process. Yeah. Sorry about that. Something just started speaking to me. Your heart. I'm leaving it by the door. There's everything my research and contact told me was needed to make coffee from the beans. If you don't know how, I've left a file with the process in your message center. Get better, Jeremy. Your heart isn't the only one who misses you. The silence stretched. His finger hovered over the button. By the time he realized that, even without opening the door, there was something he needed to do, to say, Xenial would be well out of hearing range, even for a species with such good hearing. He leaned against the door and typed. Thank you, Xenial. I'm sorry for my behavior. The tablet buzzed as he put it in a pocket. I understand. We will all be here, waiting for you. Jeremy looked at the message, fought the threat his mind insisted was there, and focused on the meaning. They would wait for him. They would be there once he overcame this. He wasn't alone in this. He opened the door, and on the floor was a large bag with a box containing a variety of devices he wasn't familiar with. He brought that in, set them on the food prep counter, accessed the files, and Neil sent him, and set about making his very first authentic cup of coffee. And that concludes chapter 86 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And thank you very much for the raid, Zoe. Welcome, everyone. Hello, the lady writes. Hello, Zoe. I hope everyone is doing well. Yeah, because Zoe's stream was silent, I forgot to mute the tab. So when you raided, I was sort of I was hearing myself on delay, which was a little distracting. Okay, that's new. Hey, Juxtapositor! Welcome to the stream. Oh, and the lady writes, any ETA for when you'll run the battle? All right. And battling now, very cool. And that's the wrong format. Let's go back here. Okay, and you're thinking about streaming again? How confident are you that you'll be streaming again? You need to record a YouTube video first. Okay. All right, where am I at? I am here. I need to check something. All right, right. I need to throw that in here first. Then you keep the formatting. You need the name of a well-known Canadian author. Atwood. Ta 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 ta. Margaret Atwood. I mean, this is how popular she is. I've read nothing of hers. She writes in a genre I have no interest in. And her name popped up the moment you ask for a Canadian author. There's another one in the the speculative fiction, Robert something, which I've read, but I've actually even met that one. Um, Robert J. Sawyer is another one. This one is in the science fiction. I mean, he writes science fiction, but I would consider it much closer to speculative. Like he's very close in terms. He's very much taking um, stuff from today and uh, doing what can be done with that. Alrighty, we will have an advertising Stream Raider battle, and I'll be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 9 allies. We're going up against 6. That should be quick. Evita is in first place. Bibu kills the Epic. Deccanizer's in second. JR is in third. And let's see. We've got nothing left, I think. There we go. We're done. We've won. Evita is in first place with 8 assists. Decanizer is in second place, 2 kills, 3 assists. JR926 is in third, 2 kills, 1 assist. We have gold, and Decanizer grabs some for themselves. And the rest goes to Starbuck, 5250. And we move on to the next. Oh no, the boss battle. Right. Forgot about that. The boss battle. Start the next round. No, we're not. I don't think so. I don't think we're making the doing a round. Alrighty. So, more barbarians. And, yep, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I am on the correct image. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting. With me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 87 of The Captain's Heart. And as an update to a previous report, the male voice said, "Maybe we should give our new listeners a rundown of what happened first, Harry?" The female said. The male chuckled. "Do you really think we have enough of those who haven't listened to our previous report, Alice?" "Well, considering what Earth government did to someone they so admired, I'm thinking more people are going to want a different point of view than the government approved one." Gargaran paused the recording. Despite the seriousness of what they often reported in this specific story, there was an air of camaraderie between the voices he associated on with packmates on the front line after days and weeks of combat. You had to find lightness in the darkness if you wanted to keep your sanity. "Any luck finding where they broadcast from?" he asked the beta seated on the other side of his desk. Patrick Selgesbill shook his head. "They are being picked up by too many ships and stations who bounce the signal to pinpoint them easily." Okay, that needs to be reworking. Being bounced. Picking up the signal. They are being bounced by too many ships and stations, picking up stations, plural. Picking up the signal to pinpoint them easily. We're looking into the delays of each signal we receive to work out where they came from, and that might help us narrow the origin point. Although I'm not sure what that will achieve. They aren't breaking Federation law, and I doubt the Earthers will come on to hunt them down here. I doubt the Earthers will hunt them down here. And down? Well, they are planetary. They are from a planet, so yeah. They came after Jeremy. Keeping the anger from mounting was still difficult. A week and 3 sessions with a psychologist wasn't enough to make him accept he'd done all he could. Yes, but with all due respect to these Earthers and the work they do in letting any of their people who sought refuge within the Federation, he is your heart, while they, he shrugged. I don't see the Earther government caring that much about what people outside their territory hear. Gergeron nodded. It's curiosity on my part. Who are they? What kind of people are they? Are they doing this seeking some sort of fame among their people? He sighed. I haven't met many good examples of Earthers, and I'd like to be able to confirm they don't act in self-interest. The beta chuckled. We aren't all like you, Alpha. Most of us like to make sure we are seen to before the rest of our people. Gargaran snorted. I'm as self-interested as you or any of the hunters who dedicate themselves to keeping our people safe. Then I think you can accept they can be like us, looking for something for themselves and putting out these broadcasts while also wanting to help as many as possible. He nodded and started the replay. 8 days ago now, the male Harry said, A group of humans infiltrating Ashgoron Station for Federation, Ashgoron Federation. That should be station. Ashgoron Station. And kidnapped technician Jeremy Bradshaw. Those who have been with us for a while will recognize the name as that of the Kelsian hunter Captain Gargaron Selhalavni's Hart. The captain rescued him from Einstein Station, where he was one of their top researchers, until arrested for the crime of loving another man. As you all know, I'm certain, Alice took over, the Earth government is adamant in stating that no human is capable of having deep feelings for someone of the same sex. And while many of us proved them wrong and found asylum here within the Federation, we are anonymous enough the government didn't notice us. Technician Jeremy Bradshaw, on the other hand, Harry continued, was already a known name within the antimatter research community, not only for some of his discoveries, but because of his bravery in the face of danger. Working at the forefront of antimatter has more than once put the station in danger, as scientific experiments have had unforeseen results. The technician, one of the two lead researchers on Einstein, was pivotal in keeping the station safe in many of those cases without care for his own safety. He had earned the nickname of a little warrior well before it was given to him by his heart, Alice said with a chuckle. A tilted ear returned a shake of the head from the beta. They still had no idea where they'd gotten that piece of information. Like the others, the broadcaster had mentioned, it wasn't sensitive information, but it pointed to them having a source of information aboard the Bane. Technician Jeremy Bradshaw was rescued by his hardened pack of hunters, Harry said, but not before he was subjected to a recent piece of technology that is purported to cure the sickness of the Earth government claims loving someone of the same gender is. While the rescue took place before the process was finished, Alice continued, damage was done. The technician was taken to a station's medical bay where a Ridoshi mentalist diagnosed his condition. It is grim, Harry said, but there is hope. The machine gave the technician an irrational... He stopped, not needing to hear this again. There's more, Alpha, which I think you will want to hear. Then advance it to there, he breathed, along with reminding him not everything that happened was his fault, or that failure didn't always fall on his shoulders. The psychologist reminded him of breathing exercises he'd been taught when he became a hunter. Ways of regaining control of himself he'd forgotten because as he'd become more skilled, he had lost control less. If you're ready, Alpha. He nodded, and the beta started the replay. At the technician's insistence, Harry interrupted Alice. That's such an understatement. He returned to the Viper's Bane. Gagarin smiled as he heard the glare in the tone. Where he has been assigned one of the luxury apartments normally reserved for dignitaries. He straightened. Who on the ship had access to that information? To that specific information? He'd made sure where Jeremy's apartment wasn't public knowledge because he wanted to minimize the odds the civilians would show solidarity with him by visiting. They'd been told he was afraid of all of them, but civilians didn't always understand that togetherness wasn't always the way to help. Our source has told us that he has settled into the large apartment and is enjoying freshly brewed coffee while working on his recovery. The beta stopped the replay. There's nothing relevant to him after this. Only a few hunters know where his apartment is, and there's only one person I can think of who knows Jeremy has real coffee. It could be an expression, the way we just have heated the Herr Chateau, even when we print it. Jeremy went over all the ways fresh brewed is different from printed coffee. He wanted me to come have one on the station, but I don't care for it. Earthers don't use the term lightly. The quartermatters Quartermaster delivered the required items to make it personally, so he knows where your heart resides. And he knows something like this would annoy me. I can have him? No, I'll deal with him myself. He stood. If I don't, he'll just find a way to escalate until he gets me down there so he can enjoy my anger. Indulging a Halan is asking for trouble, Alpha. He snorted. Not indulging this one a little is asking for his namesakes to notice me in ways I'd rather no God did. Too late, buddy. He breathed to settle himself, then entered the quartermaster's domain. The mail wasn't in sight, which anywhere else he'd consider a bad sign, but the quartermaster took his duties seriously, and the moan was definitely sexual. An annoyed growl escaped. The head popped up. Then the quartermaster stood without his vest on, or anything else he expected. Captain? He did something with his hand below the counter, then looked down. Stop that, he whispered. The captain's here. Gargarin narrowed his eyes. How can I help you, Captain? What game was the male playing? No smirking at being caught in inappropriate behavior, as if he'd planned it that way. No continuing or implying Gargarin could join them, knowing quite well he wouldn't have sex with a male like him even without Jeremy there. Was that the game? With Jeremy not in his quarters, he thought that he could convince Gargarin he could be respectable enough to be bedded. He forced his suspicion away. If that was the male's game, the best thing he could do was not act like he knew, and if it wasn't, I'd find out soon enough. Are you familiar with the Earther broadcast within Federation space? I have heard of it. And that is all you've done? I don't care what Earthers talk about, Captain. How about how well they'd pay for information? The male acted perplexed. I don't have anything they'd be interested in. Gargarin took his tablet out and played the message he'd prepared for this denial. Our source has told us that he has settled into a large apartment and is enjoying a freshly brewed coffee while working on his recovery. You know where this apartment are. You know he has coffee to brew, Quartermaster. I didn't. He got in the male's face. He got in the male's face and got too much of the sex-filled scent. Do not lie to me, Quartermaster. Not this time. I'm not, Captain. I swear on my namesake that I would never do something like that to Jeremy. The use of the shortened name startled Gargarin and he almost snarled at the audacity. But he remembered Jeremy calling the quartermaster without his title, that they were friends, not that he could trust the expression on a Halan, not when sex covered any scent that might reveal his duplicity. I'm warning you, Quartermaster, he said in as level a voice as he could. Do not use my heart in your games. Your namesake will not protect you if you do. Captain Gargarin Elhavnir, I play no game where he's involved. I value his friendship more than my namesake's love. Liar, Gargarin said before he could stop himself. The male shrugged. You can't expect that much honesty out of me, Captain. What will my namesake think of me? His expression turned serious. But I care for your heart, Captain. I value him as a friend, and yes, if he'd let me, I'd bet him. But that will be his decision, not mine. Gargarin searched the face and the eyes, and I need to remember. Face, ears, and the eyes. In the end, he had to take him at his word. He'd given his warning, and if the male chose to ignore it, he could give his reason to his namesake when Zinilahran met him in the forest. He entered the workshop without announcing himself. He'd barely slept, waking each time he placed an arm over Jeremy and didn't encounter him. Elder Atarikna Dramar looked up from the item she was welding. Did you find anything new? I don't know how you expect me to find anything your experts haven't from those scans, Alpha. The actual machine would have been a lot better. If I could have, you'd have that. But the crime took place on the station and they weren't going to let any of the evidence go. Even the scans are only because someone knew better than to tell me they'd been made while we were still docked. The Federation investigator didn't want anything about it leaving their control. You think someone from Covered Ops can get into their system and get me what they found out? I'm not giving that order, Hunter. She smiled. Understood, Alpha. She brought up images of, he had no idea what they were, other than technological. I sliced those scans along the line of the component as best as I could, which I'm sure your experts did too. I have no idea what I'm looking at. This is nothing I've studied or tinkered with. I'm not even sure I cut it up properly. She took an oblong box. Knowing what I do... No, knowing what it did, I'd say this is a neural interface, but I'm guessing. The tech in there is so tight, I can understand what I'm seeing. Again, the real thing would have been best. We could have carefully taken it apart and maybe then figured out how the Earthers managed the thing and made the thing and worked out how to reverse the damage. What has been done to Jeremy can be undone. The Ridoshi mentalist said so. But that's because you pulled him out in time. What about the next time they do? The next time they do this, Alpha? When they know how far we're willing to go to save your heart. There will not be a next time, he growled. He'd already spoken to the people needed and they'd agreed. As soon as Jeremy was no longer terrified of them, he would receive training. And that concludes chapter 87 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Apologies. Come on, settle down. Yeah, got the hiccups again. At least it waited until after I was done recording. Nope. I need to run that through here first. So that this is staying. 22nd, that'll be 25th. All right, so that's that. Come on. Thank God you, because you're supposed to be more stable, less of a hog. You're acting like a worse of a hog. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 35 allies. We're going up against 33 enemies. And High Caliber 1 is in first place. Deccanizer's in second. Gator Paws was in third. Caesar takes over third. Mom and Azido kill epics. Decanizer takes over first place. High Caliber's in second. Feathers Bong is in third. And we are heading for the last of the enemies. And we're done. We've won. High Caliber 1 is in first place with 14 assists. Decanizer is in second place, 1 kill, 12 assists. And JR926 is in third, 9 kills. We have Musketeers and Flying Rogues and no one claiming them. So, Caesar the Rider, Mr. Shadowseer get muskets. Astromage gets wings. And we move on to the next map, which is a super boss. So we start with a hard battle on the way to the super boss. And yep, it's going to be barbarians most of the day, I think. Cancel that. This is what I want. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out, and I shall start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 88 of The Captain's Heart. Jeremy took the circuit out and of the tested and what? Squeeze into the space open. Oh, tester of the tester and squeezed into the space for the, in the space of the open weight machine to install it. With so much space available to him, he intended to have the weight machine moved to his quarters, but the person from Custodial, who he had replied to his request, had asked if he'd mind leaving it where it was, as someone other than him was using it. That had surprised him. Kelsarians didn't do those kinds of workouts. There had been a near breakdown after this when he'd wondered if they'd lied to him about it. Like the monster, if they'd lied to him, if they'd lied to him about it, like the monster they were, there had been a near breakdown. Okay, this is not a near breakdown. Wondering if they'd lied to him about it, like the monster they were, had devolved into pure paranoia. He tried to contact someone, anyone, to reassure him, to rescue him, but he'd been horrified to realize none of the names he was looking for were on his tablet. The only names there were Calcarians. As he'd devolved deeper into panic, he'd inexplicably fallen asleep. When he'd woken up, there had been a message from the psychologist asking if he was well, that they'd detected his state and had released a sleeping agent when it was obvious he wasn't regaining control. Then had come the offer for her to visit him so they could talk. He hadn't panicked, but he had vehemently refused. Once he'd gotten over the entire incident, he realized that this was a perfect opportunity to build a new version, one incorporating the ideas he'd had from using the first one, but couldn't upgrade it because it would have required rendering it inoperable for too long. Now, something like 2 weeks in, he had this model nearly functional. It was lighter and smaller, while able to assume all the needed configuration for the exercises he needed. I don't need it twice. To assume all the configurations for the exercise he needed. His tablet buzzed, and he looked over at Rikna's suggestion for the control circuits. He replied, explaining the details he thought she misunderstood from the ongoing conversation, which he suspected was due to her difficulty in understanding the small size of his machine. Since he had his tablet in hand, he replied to Thoric, confirming he was fine, that he hadn't started with his session, and that, yes, he hoped to get back to work soon. Prateros were similar, although without asking about the psychologist. He let Xeniel know he was getting low on coffee, and when did he think he would be able to get more. The reply was that he'd find a bag of beans the next time he opened his door. Jeremy had been tempted to head to it now and put that to the test. Then the idea he might catch his friend in the act of placing the bag stopped him. The idea of being face to face with one of them caused him to tremble. When he had regained control of himself, he thanked him and continued through the messages. He was surprised to have one from Quirik, who had heard about his ordeal and wanted to assure him he trusted in the gods to see to it he'd be well, and those responsible would pay. He replied, unsure if it would reach him. This was his first time sending a message to someone not on the ship. He avoided the subject of gods and thanked him for the thought and assured him he was improving. Just being able to communicate through text like this was an improvement. A week before, the knowledge he could only talk to Calcarians would cause him to shake with fear. As he did each time he went through his messages, he attempted to write to Growl, teeth and claws. Jeremy's in a... You know what? This goes here. Teeth and claws. Jeremy in a corner being torn apart or by the cock forced into him, his mother on that tray, his sister screaming. He wrenched his mind out of the programmed horror show and ran to the toilet. This time he made it, instead of throwing up on the floor. Then he set back to work. Had 1 kilo, he said, and waited for the acknowledgement ping. He didn't feel the difference when he pushed the bar up, but it was only 1 kilo. This was a test of the audio pickup and conversation. Conversion, a check of his tablet, showed the weight at 88 kilos, so that worked. Add 10 kilos. The number went up to 93, but when he pushed the bar, it moved too easily. So the problem was between the processing and gravitic adjuster this time. He moved to his drafting table and brought a diagram to diagnose the issue. His tablet pinged. This meant someone was contacting him through audio this time. He settled his breathing. This was no different from text. He tapped the accept. Technician Jeremy Bradshaw, the woman said. I believe we have a session scheduled. I know. He traced the path of the signal. I'll be there as soon as I'm done with this. If it is easier, I can join you in your apartment. No! He looked around, certain she was already there, ready to... He was here alone. This was his safe place, which was why he wasn't letting her in here, any of them. It might be best if we postpone it then. His voice barely shook this time. It's the third time you have asked for a postponement, technician. This is now in the feeling, this is now feeling like avoidance, so I have to refuse. I can always not show up, and it is within my authority to open your door and force the issue, technician. I'm asking you to come to me so we can work on resolving your situation without invading your apartment. He couldn't avoid it, and he couldn't have one of them in the place he felt safe, which meant he had to brave the outside. Where they were, I don't know if he looked at the doors in the door's direction. The fear wasn't his. He didn't have to let it control his life. He didn't want it to control his life. He wanted his life back, his heart back, and he couldn't do that hiding in here where it was safe or by himself. He needed help beyond his friend's support, help she could provide. I'm on my way. The office she'd taken to help him was 3 intersections toward the hall, barely a minute's walk. He memorized the path when she contacted him to arrange the first session. Just thinking about having to brave the outside had made it impossible to think that time. He'd needed over an hour and multiple attempts before he could look at the path on his tablet and imagine himself walking it. Now he was going to do it. All he needed to do was open the door, step outside, and make a left. Go by 3 intersections where pedestrians might be watching for him. Then it was 2 doors, any of which could open and grab him, and he rested his head on the door and forced his breathing to slow. He had to do it. Regardless of the risk, the alternative was the certainty that his sanctum would be invaded. He also didn't think she'd give him a warning if she was on her way. He opened the door and leaned forward, looking left and right. No one that he could see, the programming whispered. So many doors between here and there, where she waited for him, waited and schemed. And he missed the box. It had made things so much easier. Shove his feeling in it and go on with what he wanted to do. Now, when he set a foot past the door, it was against the voice screaming he was heading for a trap, that he couldn't trust her or any of them. They all worked for him, the golden-eyed monster. The one who would rend him, use him, abuse him. He was his love, he forced the thought, his heart. The one he wanted to go back to. He was doing this to be with him again. He stepped out of his sanctuary and turned left. There was no one. So he started forward, only to stop at the sound of voices. They were coming to get him. They were coming for him. He had to hide, go back where it was safe. This had been a trap, after all. He didn't move. He wanted to move, to run back, but fear held him in place, and the voices faded in the distance. He wanted to laugh at how the fear programmed into him had been the only reason he'd stayed there, to hear them walk off. But he was still shaking, sweating from the almost encounter. The voice still yelled at him to turn back. This had almost happened, but the next time they would pounce on him before he heard them. He took a step forward, then another. He remained alert for any hints of them walking, or of them, for any hints that one of them was around, any voice, the soft pricking of the thick flooring as their claws dug into it and pulled as they walked. How much work was that for repairs to deal with? When he stood before the door where she waited for him, he was panting hard. The button was blue, waiting for him to tap it and open the door. It was not too late. The voice urged him. He could turn around. He could turn and run, go back to hiding where it was safe. She'd lied. She would never violate his safe place. The voice was right. She wouldn't. Actually, this needs to be flipped. What happened here? No, it didn't. The voice was right, Jeremy realized. She wouldn't. If he returned to his quarters, she'd be disappointed. He'd almost made it, but she wouldn't intrude. Her job was to help him, not hurt him. Not create a situation where he'd fear every sound in the one place on the ship he had left. He thought he heard the voice rejoice. Then he opened the door. The vastness of the room was the first thing he noticed, even for a species that valued having more room than he'd ever figure out what to do with. This was more than one room should be. Then he noticed the marks on the walls where other walls had been removed. This section was for dignitaries, Thurk had told them. So they were all as spacious as his, and they'd turned this into a single room. He noticed the woman seated at the other end of it, then the plant on the low table before her. It had dark green stem with lighter green leaves with purple edges. It was so out of place he chuckled. Then he realized it wasn't it that was out of place, but the barrenness of the room. I was expecting an office, he said, stepping in and stopping as the door closed. He was trapped with her. I thought you might prefer there be more distance between us. She motioned to a seat facing her, more than 10 meters away, and he frowned and stepped past it until he reached the oddity. He placed his hand on the clear surface. Maintenance assures me that I couldn't claw my way through it to reach you, even with the best combat glove the hunters use. He tapped it with a knuckle. It was thick. He knew half a dozen transparent polymer this could be, and the weakest would withstand a pneumatic hammer. He sat at the edge of the seat. Oh, what do we do now? She smiled. Whatever you want. You came. You stepped outside your comfort zone, crossed the distance to reach me. Even once you realized I wouldn't intrude on your security, on your safety. Safety? If you turned back, you defied your fear and entered. For now, I consider this session a success. But if there's anything you wish to talk about, I'm here to listen. She'd given him permission to leave, go back where it was safe. He chuckled. Safe? Safe was an illusion. Living was putting his life in danger. He was on a ship in the middle of vacuum. How safe was that? His field was antimatter research, possibly the most dangerous field possible. If he'd wanted safe, he should have become an architect and stayed on Earth. He leaned back in the seat, then fell into the bowl with a laugh. He thought it might turn hysterical, but it settled. He panted, righted himself, pulling his legs in the way Kelsarians did so easily. I'm pissed, he finally said, and she nodded. And that concludes chapter 88 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Righty. I'll be right back. Just tell me I did not just do that. Oh, good, it's all there. Future of war. Ooh, this is the last chapter I've actually corrected. I'm gonna have to throw that on there. Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 59 allies. We're going up against 35 enemies, and we are off. Lumos is in first place. Tramar is in second. Decanizer takes over second place. Tramar is in third. Decanizer makes it to first place. Lumos is in first again. Decanizer is in second. Catacrack is in third. And we are done. We have won. Decanizer is in first place, 10 kills, 17 assists. Lumos Locario is in second place, 1 kill, 19 assists. And Tremere is in third, 3 kill, 9 assists. We have gold, and Decanizer grabs the biggest one. And the rest goes to Azido, Caesar the Rider, Spider Pup, and Helpful Onion. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the Super Boss. And it's another barbarian for me. And not a lot of things for this thing to kill. Alrighty, let's see what you'll do with that, Barbar. Wait, I need to check something. Oh, we're good. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. and I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 39 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs sensed the oddities 3 days after reaching the road. Finding it had been simple. He sensed a break in the trees, the way the earth was packed, and the deeper rut left behind by caravan wheels. Traveling on it didn't make him go much faster, since he didn't want to bother with essence work. He wasn't in that much of a hurry to reach the next village. He expected the 3 days it took him to reach this point would have been traveled in less than one by a caravan. As he approached and gained a better sense of the oddities, he realized that it was what he sensed, or what was left of one. A lot of worked wood planks spread about on either side of the road, some metal, mostly strapping to reinforce the wheels and wagons. Enough this was a large caravan. That they were among the trees meant the attackers wanted evidence seen by the next one. He paid attention to the distance. Enough bandits to do this meant a large camp. If he sensed it, he could make them pay for the deaths. Plural. Because Tibbs didn't think they'd bother taking prisoners. Bandits didn't want a hassle of dealing with them or the drain on their limited resources. They wanted easy wealth, which became another oddity as he was close enough to sense smaller metal items. There were many of them littered among the debris, small statues, sculptures, things any bandit could sell for quick coins. He removed the snow with a thought, cleared the forest on either side as far as he sensed the broken carts. There was a sense of hurried work in how they were broken and laid, how the trees had been broken to make space for the larger pieces of carts instead of cutting them into smaller parts and carried deeper. Broken trees, not cut. He didn't think it was to add to the sense of this being natural occurrence, not with how they'd hidden the result of the attack. Lack of tools? That meant a large group, even before gaining wood essence. Even before gaining wood essence, he'd had an idea that bringing down a tree without an axe or saw was hard work. The rope would have to be strong enough to withstand the force the people pulled with to bend it back until it broke. He found rotted bodies and bones with animal bite mark on them. This had happened well before the cold season for them to feast. He couldn't tell how early until he came across the broken plank with the painted candies on it. He'd hoped it wasn't them. That this had happened before Rigel had come this way. That the bandits had then moved on with their riches. But it could explain why they'd left some behind. Tibbs couldn't know what precious caravan previous caravans had carried, but he knew Rigel's had many successful merchants on it. On his, he looked at the devastation. He doubted any of them survived. He pushed his sense as far as it would go, sensed for anything that might hint at a bandit camp, where he would have removed it out of a desire to keep the road safe before. Now he wanted Where before he would have removed it out of a sense to keep the road safe, now he wanted to make them pay. These had been people he'd known, comrades in keeping the merchants safe. If he'd done what the barkeep had recommended, had pushed aside his desire to keep his secrets and rejoined the caravan, he could have kept them safe. He should have been there for them. Even Lauren, for as intolerant as he'd been, hadn't deserved this end. Jeremy definitely hadn't. The boy had deserved a chance to learn that pulling his weight didn't mean having to impress someone, that simply being there, doing what was asked, being ready to help when it was needed was enough. And he hoped the boy might have run off, didn't survive the memory of how he'd been willing to accompany Tibbs so the two of them could take on a bandit camp alone, how he'd insisted on coming with the guards Creighton took to remove it. How he'd gotten hurt and still stayed. Now, the young fool had been in the middle of this until a bandit had taken him down. He gathered the bones and remains of bodies he could find. He couldn't give them individual pyres, but he could see to it they were traveled back to the elements. He burned them, stayed by them until the fire had consumed everything of theirs and released their essence to return where they had come from. Then he brought back the snow, covered everything. It looked like someone had piled it on the road, but there was bound to be more snowfall over the following days, and no one would travel it until the next season. It was when Iritel had expected the next caravan, and no one from that village would brave the road in the cold season. He camped there for the night, then returned to his trek in the morning. His plan to wait for the caravan at the next village was thwarted by their refusal to let him in. Creatures of the cold weren't welcome, they yelled from the top of the village wall. He told them he was from Hiritel, had gone hunting, got turned around in a storm, but that he just wanted shelter until the warm weather returned. He offered to help with whatever they needed done. They called him a liar. They made symbols of protection, some mimicking Arcanus, told him to continue on his way, said there were other villages further along the road that weren't. Oh, there was another village further down the road that wasn't as wise as they, that his lies would work on them. His only other option to gain entry was to prove them right, so he moved on. The next village was as wise, as was the one after that. The cold was something they all feared. The weather warmed not long after it, and before he reached the next village, but by then he'd grown tired of attempting to be and being refused, so he kept going, ignoring the glares he felt on him through the rain. By the time the caravan caught up to him, he'd been regretting his decision not to wait for it in Iritel for days. The rain didn't affect him the way it did most people. It only made him wet if he let it. It only made his path muddy if he wanted it. But his element did nothing for how oppressive the gray skies was, or how alone he felt. All his reasons for moving on, once Furman no longer offered a challenge, felt meaningless. His vanishing to demonstrate he was just like the villagers and could fall to the danger of the forest. Did they care? Did they need to be more scared of it than they already were? Furman and Minka's company would have been pleasant, even without doing runs. He could have taught them more of the Arcanus. He should have returned to Mother Natural's farm, hunted for them, just been around people. He should have forced his way into that next village. He stepped to the side of the road and waited for them. Instead, they sent a lone rider ahead, who unsheathed her sword before slowing the horse. "Move back," she ordered, motioning to the forest. "Tell your accomplices this caravan isn't theirs to raid. I'm not. Move back or be cut down." Considered taking her on. He seriously considered it. She couldn't hurt him, and he wouldn't hurt her. Just show that if it was his intent, he didn't need bandits to at his back to take what he wanted. Only what he wanted couldn't be taken. He couldn't force them to keep him company. So he stepped into the trees until he couldn't be sure she saw him, but she didn't move. When the caravan passed, the guards were on alert. She remained at her post until well after the caravan had passed them by, then rode to catch up. Tibbs waited until the next morning to continue on his trek, his trudge. He didn't stop at the next village or the one after that. There was no point. The caravan had already come and gone. It would be 2 seasons at least, maybe a year, before the next one. The city was closer to him than that by then. So he passed village bys. He had no need for food or drink. He hunted what he would need. He hunted when he needed, made the water he drank. Occasionally he missed ale, but by the time he reached the next village, he'd forgot about it. He'd be able to sate his thirst for it once he reached the city. State your name and business, the guard by the gate demanded, hand on the pommel of his sword. It was the 7th attempt in what had been other languages until Tibbs understood him. It had been much the same for the travelers within earshot ahead of Tibbs, if they didn't immediately answer the question. I am Thibault, arriving from Arteron. He answered in his best version of the same language. His thick accent might make question he was originally from there, but he was ready. Instead, the small woman next to the guard wrote on the board tied to her waist and neck that served as her desk, with inkpot and quills and papers. Tibbs had made himself presentable once he sensed the stone wall in the distance. He'd washed, tied his hair back, and combed his beard as best as he could. Forgot to have him buy a damn blade again. Keep forgetting he needs an obsidian blade to shave. But comb his beard as best as he could. He put on the best set of clothing he had and crafted the person he would be in this city. And what brings you to Brokentia? She asked in the tone of a bored bureaucrat, while the guard eyed him suspiciously. He'd done the same with the previous travelers as they answered her question. Tibbs couldn't help himself under that look. Why? I'm here to rob your nobles blind, of course. All this statement got Tibbs was a raised eyebrow from her and a smirk from him. Were nobles openly disliked here? Or did his claim come across as the embellishment it was? I am a scribe of great skill, he said, here to be well paid to immortalize the true histories of the noble families of Brokentia. She wrote, since you're here to conduct business, you he corrected, need to register with the merchant's office before you can offer your services. They'll explain how to go about registering, then process the documents covering your services, the services you can render. I'm not going to the Artisans Guild. You'll see the Artisans Guild after you have been processed by the merchants. Any trade that comes with the exchange of money is first covered by the merchants. Doesn't all trade come with an exchange of money? He asked. Yes. The annoyed tone gave him the impression it wasn't the first time she had explained that. Possibly not for the first time today, or even while Tibbs had approached within earshot. It was a truth of the world that every kingdom did things its way. Very well. And where might I find the Merchants Guild office? The second street, the guard said, his tone turning mocking. It's called Office Street. If you know your letters, you can't miss it. He couldn't help himself again. Office begins with home, right? Correct? The guard's expression darkened. How about I explain how we spell sell here? Tibbs smirked. There's no need. I make it the business to never get close to that one word. Far too distasteful. I'll look for someone to guide me to the correct office. If you'll give me leave to enter. The guard looked at the bureaucrat, who nodded. Go in. Don't let us catch you causing trouble. No worries there. I never do. Instead of Office Street, Tibbs made his way to a market where he walked among the people until he saw a proper target. He turned before the display of glassware, and his pack knocked into someone. He reacted quickly, taking care his pack didn't come across close to the display or anyone else, and caught the woman's arm before she stumbled. I am so sorry, he said in Janidin, which he'd heard her speak with a merchant. I've never seen so many people in one place. He righted her robe, straightened her belt, and in the process, before she stuck his arm away, unhind me. She looked him up and down distastefully. How dare you even step this close to me? How can't I? He smiled loudly when such a woman was within my reach. Who let this filth in this market? She demanded, horrified. She looked around and said something in the language Tibbs had heard from most on his way to the market. Not seeing anyone come to her defense, she left in a huff. Tibbs had counted on her wealthy appearance for more than the coins he'd get from the encounter. She looked wealthier than everyone there. Than everyone there. He didn't think she was a noble, but she had coins. A willingness to display wealth didn't endear someone to those who didn't have them. He returned to a display he'd crossed on his search and placed the newly acquired silver on the counter. Do you have sea drops? He asked, eyeing the candies on displays, looking for that distinctive seafoam color. He had to repeat the question until he asked it in Laritanian. The young man shook his head. The hottest sweets you have, then? A whole silver worth? He asked, eyes wide. If you don't have enough, I'll take half, so others can enjoy them too, and two from the other candies you have until there's nothing of the silver left. The man hurried to partially empty one container, then add candies from various shape and colors. Tibbs took one from the first box and breathed in its spicy aroma. He popped it into his mouth, closed his eyes, and abyss! The sweetness was delectable. The heat, as it traversed down his throat, made it hard to breathe. His face warmed from it, his fingers and toes curled. He opened his eyes to find the young man staring at him, box of candies in hand and fingers in it. Tip's face burned from more than the candy spice. It's been a long time since I've had candy this good. The man looked at him in disbelief, then shook himself and returned to adding candies until the pile was significant. He trailed off, uncertain. I don't have anything to carry them in. Tibbs took the pack off his back, careful of the people around him, then dumped all of them in. No need to worry. He took out a handful of them before putting his pack on, then walked away from the booth, scanning for anyone he could miss, who wouldn't miss a coin or two. So he could... Actually, you know what? He needed... That will... To shave with... a room for the night, clothing fitting someone living in the city, and then arrange long-term lodging. He could then explore the city and see what he had to work with. His initial plan, back when he'd hired on Rigel's caravan, had the city only as a stop towards Cartarosa and the dungeon there. Now, with the possibility Zifferman represented, he hoped Porkentia had what he needed to turn them into actions. This is a university. The university was a sprawling building well within the wealthy part of the city. He made a face at the new candy sourness, watching well-dressed men and women enter. He kept to the alley because his clothing would draw too much attention. He'd donned how are you going to donned double N? Oh, yeah, we'll see. clothing that let him blend in with the general population, but he had left them behind. But he had left them behind as he entered the wealthier neighborhoods and attracted looks. Walking up to the library, walking up to the university would get him stared at. He'd need the kind of money nobles kept to afford the type of clothing that would let him walk to its door without attracting attention. To the entry fee, he could see coins being handed over, but he was too far to make them out. He could count them with accents, but that didn't tell him their value. He'd have to pay for that information, which meant more money. He vanished into the alley's darkness and returned to parts where those he permitted himself to rob were the ones drawing attention instead of him and the others dressed as he was. The point of the dagger pressed into his side. "Don't be an idiot," the woman whispered. "Come with me." By the time he'd realized the dagger was heading for his side, it had been too late to act, unless he was willing to draw attention to himself. Everyone carried one of them. Some even held theirs as a thing to point with. And beyond not wanting to draw attention, he was curious. The way she was dressed made it unlikely she was hired by someone with wealth. At times, when one of them had realized Tibbs had lightened their coin purse, they'd hire an expert to make him regret it. They'd been the one who regretted taking him on. The alley she directed him at 4 others waiting. A group of 5. Meeting them no longer felt like a pleasant opportunity. You're outside your neighborhood," the oldest proclaimed as they surrounded him. They were deep enough no one would bother them. He looked older than Tibbs appeared to be, but that could be the work of the grime they were all covered in. "I don't have a neighborhood." The young man got in Tibbs's face. "This is our neighborhood. We don't let just anyone work here." "I didn't know." He kept his tone neutral. "I'm sorry. I'll find a different one to work out of." There were plenty of places trailing the wealth line before the wealth line more on the lower side than higher. Someone snorted. "They're all taken," the man said. "You want one of your own, you got to convince the master." He stifled a groan. Gangs were in all cities, small and large ones, coexisting in very level of war and peace. Tibbs was used to them and acting without bothering them. He had nothing against the gangs. They were just looking to survive the way he had to do on his street and beyond. But if someone claimed to rule the city's criminals, it would complicate his time here. There had only been a handful of cities where someone had dominion over anyone aspect of it, but each time the order that came with that control had added complication he preferred doing without. "How about I just do what I need and leave? I'm not going to be here long. No one will notice." None of them had been the kind of organization Jackal had described his families as being. None of them controlled every aspect of the crimes that happened in the way that he did. His father had, the way his father had, but there was always someone trying to get there, it seemed. "We've got rules. You don't work by them, you get broken." "Fine. Could play along enough to appease them. Where do I find this master?" The young man snorted. "You don't find them. You don't find them. You don't find him. He finds you." The man gripped the knife as if he contemplated using it, and Tibbs etched metal over his skin. "We'll pass the word. He'll be summoned when he's ready." He didn't let the etching go. "I'll stay out of trouble until then. Can I go?" They exchanged looks, and Tibbs readied himself. "We catch you working our neighborhood again, and you're not going to have to worry about meeting him." They moved. out of the way of they moved out of the way of the exit. He headed in that direction and stopped. Oh, you should add someone to your team. Why? The leader asked suspiciously. Nah, suspicious. Tip shrugged. Think of it as safety in numbers. He walked again and was exiting when he realized the suggestion could have come across as a threat. It might come back to cause him trouble, but it would demonstrate what he meant. He headed to his lodgings, since he'd passed the word along to be on the lookout for him. He'd hope he headed to his lodgings since they'd passed the word along to be on the lookout for him. He'd hoped this would be a time of simple robberies and too much raiding. But if he was right about what was coming, he'd need to put together a team. He'd need to put a team together. There had to be people in this town, actually in this city. In this city, who didn't care to work under that nameless master. And that concludes chapter 39 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Stuggy, welcome to the stream. We're all in the hospital due to another seizure. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to oh, I am really sorry to hear that. I hope that you will be able to recuperate, that you will be able to heal. I'm here for another hour and a half before lunch. And after that, I'll be back to do more writing. I've got 2 more chapters to do read and corrects of. Actually. About leaving. Well, I was ending the recording. So the I always end my read and corrects recording because I'm going to be putting that in YouTube by wishing people well. So that is almost certainly what you heard. actually. Alrighty, we will have advertising, stream murder battle, and I'll be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 50 allies. We are going up against 21 enemies, and we are off. Catacrack is in first place. Mialpha is in second. Gator Paws is in third. Jumps to second place. Mialpha is in third. Catacrack maintains the first. Catacrack kills the epic, and with that, we're done. We've won. Catacrack is in first place. 5 kill, 9 assist. Gator Paws is in second place, 5 kills, 7 assists, and Mialpha is in third with 8 assists. We've got barbarians, we've got healers, we've got no one claiming them, so Catacrack and T-Mom get the axe. Ramboroyo gets healed. And I get scrolls. Then we move on to an insane battle where I'll put another barbarian. Since there's no way to know where anything will be, let's do that center-wise. Let's go clear quests. Oh, so I've got to deal with a unit going up in level. Come on. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out, and I will be right back. That's not finalized, so it's gonna stay there. And I'm gonna start recording another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tigerites, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 40 of Stepping Wild. Finding out what he needed to enter the university proved simple enough. He acquired the finest clothing that had the added quality of not making him memorable and stepped to the door. When the guard barred his way, he asked why. He had to repeat himself in different language until the man understood him. The look he received made it clear the man thought little of Tibbs, despite the way he was dressed. Then he was asked for his family crest and referral letter, and that it was 12 silver on the day for the day's access in Forsterim. Okay, I've confirmed that is fine. In Forsterim silver, only Forsterim silver was acceptable. The tone made it clear he didn't think Tibbs had any of it. He turned around dejected, playing into the guard's expectations. Noble clothing and coins would be easiest for him to get. He didn't know about any family crest, so that would take more work. None of the noble's home had something he thought of as a crest displayed on their door or entrance to their property. No shield with designs on them, no symbols that could be used to identify each family. Whatever it was, they didn't advertise it. The reference letter was something else he'd have to work on. Work complicated by the fact that anyone he'd normally go to for those kind of papers was usually affiliated with the thieves and confidence artists. With the master overseeing thievery, the likelihood they also controlled them was high. Finding the willing to work without reporting what Tibbs asked for, depending on the kind of stranglehold the master had on their people. The threat he'd been issued meant it was most likely tight. Going about discreetly finding out where the forger's loyalty lay took dressing in workers' clothes and walking the streets. While most who dealt with papers were part of the offices involved in running the city, not all of them were located within the guild's neighborhood. It was on the third day Tibbs was distracted from his task by a pained cry. Not the first one he'd heard in his roaming the city, but unlike the previous, this one involved someone no older than he'd been when caught with his fingers in a pocket and dressed no better. The man shaking the most probably thief was a burly guard, and Tibbs was heading in their direction before the gloved hand went up. He'd only intended on distracting the man and giving the thief the chance to run, but when he caught the wrist as it was coming down, he was considering channeling fire and showing the man the mistake he'd made. He didn't. He squeezed the wrist. He didn't want to make it that easy on someone who was willing to strike a defenseless child. Don't, he snarled. The guard glared at him. Unhand me and move along. Move along unless you want to share that cell. Okay, I need to establish something. Because while Tibbs is good with languages, I kind of have to establish dad, because this is a new city. There we go. The Tibbs glared at him. That's going to be a new phrase. When he spoke, Tibbs now understood enough of the kingdom's language to make out, unhand me and move along, unless you want to share the thieves' cell. Tibbs sent a small etching of lightning at the man's hand as he shoved hard, causing it to spasm and let go of the child. He sensed them running off, and he placed himself before the guard. You're going to regret this, the man snarled, shaking his hand. Um, all right, did I name? I mean, it's probably the name of the kingdom that I've used. Languages. In Forsterian, no, I'm going to enjoy teaching you what happens to people willing to hit children. That's no child, that's a thief. The man narrowed his eyes. If she's yours, you should have made sure she knew her place, just like your master should have taught you. So the master was known by the guard. If he had that kind of reach, it would make Tibbs' work here so much harder. Not something in Definitely not something he'd manage on his own. I don't need that anyway. I've already established in the previous chapter that Tibbs already expects to need a team, so he'd look for a team after he'd dealt with this poor excuse for a protector of the city's people. He smiled. How about I teach you where people like you belong instead? The guard's hand was wrapped around the hilt, but he didn't pull it out. Instead, he glanced left and right. Like him, Tibbs remembered where they were, the people around them. They moved away, but they were watching. The guard let go of the sword. Your kind aren't worth the trouble. He turned and walked off. This was best. A fight would have caused people to talk. He hadn't bothered with hiding his features, and his description would circulate. It was best if he too walked off and forgot about this. He had work to do. The man could go. Who would stop him the next time he hit a child? Tibbs encountered this type often when living on the street, even if they'd rarely been garbed in guard's leather. He wouldn't stop just because Tibbs had told him off. There would be another child unless the men learned what it meant to be on the receiving end of that pain. He didn't let the man's essence be lost among the others as he followed him. He climbed to the roof as soon as he could to better keep up with the man. He went over all the ways he could make him learn, all the pains he could administer. But by the time the sun approached the city wall and the man had left the guardhouse in regular clothing, he decided that the only pain the man would understand was the one the child would have received at his hands. Tibbs was on top of him by the time the man turned into a smaller street, one currently without anyone else walking it. Tibbs grabbed the man, and threw him in the alley before he reacted. The man cursed and got to his feet. Who the fuck? Tibbs punched him. What the? He punched him again. You are going to. The man reached for the sword he was no longer wearing. Tibbs planted his fist in the man's stomach. Do you like this? He whispered. He slammed the knee in the same place. Do you like how it feels to be at the receiving end? The man shoved him, and Tibbs let himself move back. I didn't do anything to you. Your kind took her from me. The guard turned to run, but Tibbs was on him. Guards! He managed to let out before Tibbs pulled and threw him deeper in the alley. Call all you want. There's no one here to rescue you. Like the children you hit. Like when they took Mama from me. He kicked hard and the man hit the wall. Please, the man whispers. And do you stop when they beg? He kicked him again. Did they stop when Mama begged? When she pleaded for them not to leave me alone? He grabbed him by the collar and slammed him against the wall. Men like you shouldn't be allowed to. Shouldn't be allowed. Aldero? Was that you? A woman asked, and the man's eyes widened in fear. Please don't, he whispered. Tibbs stared at the man's broken face, at the terror in it. At the terror in his eyes, at the damage it inflicted, and let go of him. Let go as if he was fire. Aldero, she called again, closer. He etched air and jumped to the roof, fighting the bile. Aldero! She screamed in horror, then ran. Tibbs forced himself to glance down. Aldero! She cradled him. Guards! She yelled. But they wouldn't come. There was no one to hear her but him. He ran. He made it 2 roofs before what he'd done proved to be too much, and he threw up again. He let it happen again. When her cries for help came again, he etched air and carried it along the street to the road. It had lost most of its strength by then, but it attracted people's attention. Some came, found them, went back for guards. Tibbs forced himself to remain on that roof, hearing them and sensing them as they comforted her, promised him they would find who had dared lay a hand on one of theirs and make them pay. He remained there well past when they were gone, well past the sun vanishing, wishing he could do the same. He just wanted to protect the child, to look after someone the way he wished there had been someone to look after him. So how had it turned into hurting the man because it felt so good? Aldero the guard had many friends, Tibbs found out, unable to keep from returning, from observing the damage he'd done. He needed the reminder of what his anger did, he told himself when he felt like leaving. This was the kind of monster it made him, so he had to be better at controlling it. But men like that made it hard. People charged with protecting, people charged with protecting, but that decided who was worth doing so and who abused the rest. The man was worse than those the nobles paid. They were in that position because of coins. He'd been willing to hurt a child because he wanted to, the way Tibbs had wanted to hurt the man. Tibbs forced himself to search for people to build a team with. He used that as a way of staying away from Aldero the guard and his woman. There was no lack of criminals who attempted their trade without the master's approval. The issue Tibbs faced was that most of them ended up beaten down until they learned to follow the master's rule. He needed people who stood up to them while managing to hone their skills. A willingness to work without the master's approval wasn't enough for what he needed. They needed to be skilled enough to stand up to opposition if it came down to it, be stubborn enough they hadn't joined or left the city. His need would make for an interesting team. Fortunately, Tibbs liked interesting people. Tibbs found himself returning to Aldero the guard's home too often over the weeks. He looked for the right people. He and his woman had lived humbly, but even with their friends' help, with all the man's work, they were having trouble affording proper food, paying for their home. Tibbs snuck in some nights and hid coins for them to find among their belongings, enough to help alleviate his guilt, but not so much did question where they came from. He learned what the family crest was by accident. A noble did business with the Artisans Guild while Tibbs watched a confidence artist work one of the clerks and had to prove which of the families he represented by showing it. Tibbs had switched who he followed then, and found out where to ask the questions about the crest without raising suspicions in the process. The crests were made of metal, engraved with the family's emblem, with the emblem of the family. Many decorated them further, but the metal, the engraving, and the official city mark hidden among that were what mattered. They were made by the city and regulated. Stealing one while a noble was about wouldn't work, since they'd realize it was missing the instant they needed a building. They entered a building requiring they prove who they were, and it seemed all business nobles visited demanded that. Short of kidnapping the noble whose crest he'd used to enter the university, its lack would be noticed too quickly and only work once. What he needed was a duplicate, which meant access to a forger of items as well as of papers. He was going to need much more money than the 12 silvers to enter the university, especially if he could hope to convince the forgers to work without the master's approval. This no longer looked like a team would be enough, he sighed. Tibbs was going to have to create a character to take the blame for all the robberies needed to finance his research. But First, he needed to build this team. He needed to build this team. And that concludes chapter 40 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to if you want to read ahead of the Royal Road and support me in the process, you can find the story on Ream Story, where we are a good number of chapters ahead, at least a dozen, possibly more. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, the lady writes, welcome back. How are you doing? Okay, so need to do this. Let's go back to 39. What was this? Oh, really? 39 twice? Okay. Alright, that is done. Now this. Huh? Wait, what? How is 39 done? If I wasn't here. Oh well, I have no idea what happened, how that happened, but clearly it was there. Because it's right here. This is done. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 54 allies. We are going up against 26 enemies, and we are off. Tremor is in first place. Bebo takes over first. Tremor is in second. Belly Gal Gruff is in third. Rambo is in third. Tremor is in second. Belly is in first. Mom, me, Unkeen have killed epics. Maybe not others. I don't know. I didn't really notice how many enemies we had, and there we go. We are done. We have won. Belly Balgraf is in first place, 12 assists. Lumos Lucario is in second place, 11 assists, and Tremor is in third, 1 kill, 9 assists. We've got fairies, we've got saints, we have no one claiming them. So, Sergeant Kate Dog gets dusted, Get a Crack gets sanctified. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the super boss. And it is yet another barbarian for me. I think this is the last batch. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out, and I shall start this morning's last chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I will start the recording and see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 41 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs had come across her in another office while looking into the type of papers the university considered a referral. There had been little of her behavior to notice. She'd fit in perfectly among the other merchants, waiting to reach a clerk, and then engaging them in pleasant banter, slipping in suggestions among the smiles. It was what he'd picked up on. Tibbs couldn't play confidence games. He could take on a role and play it as required, unless it needed him to convince that whatever he needed was the other person's idea, which tended to be at the core of confidence games. He'd talked with enough of them, trying to work out how it went, to learn that much. In the end, he preferred the straightforwardness of stealing. He'd followed her for days, trying to determine if she'd be good for his team. She was clearly skilled, having passed herself off as a merchant, a bureaucrat, a servant, and even once convinced the guards she was one of them, but off duty. The last element he needed to confirm came when losing his own tail had made him too late to keep the beating from happening. It had been severe by what he'd observed of other beatings the master's thugs give, but it had left her bloody and in enough pain to limp away once they were done, reminding her what happened to those who didn't pay their dues to the master. He'd learned enough of the con she was working on that day. He was in the shop before her, dressed as casually for the area, dressed casually for the area, but with enough embellishment he could pass himself off as someone from the neighborhood's working. Pass himself off as someone from the neighborhood's working to one. Oh, from someone of the neighborhood to. Oh, I see. Okay. Someone's neighborhood workers to one of the better off employers. Right now, as she approached the houseware shop, he played an indeterminate role, clearly well off enough to afford the well-crafted wares on display, but he could also be someone's servant here on their errands, and to explain his extended stay, waffling about what he wanted. She stepped in wearing a smile and showing no sign of the limp she'd gained the previous day, or the pain she had to be in. By the way, her essence was still off. Judas, she called, and the merchant's surprise turned to pleasure. It's good to see you again. She stepped to the counter without looking around, making it clear she wasn't here to spend coins. I have news about my client's offer. Dolly, he responded, smiling. When you didn't show yesterday, I thought they might have had a change of heart. Tibbs had eavesdropped on enough conversation between her and people who were clearly not Marks, even if he couldn't be sure they were friends, to be confident her name was Cinta. She reached the counter. Didn't my message reach you? He shook his head. Miss, it's impossible to trust messengers anymore. The reason I missed it is that my client contacted me about new stock arriving ahead of schedule, and I needed to look it over. While there, vultures showed up to buy the entire stock at it's far under its value because they think they are the only ones interested in it. I was able to delay the answer, which puts you in a position of undercutting them while still paying less than the merchandise true value. I can even offer you more stock if you're interested. Tibbs only half listened to the conversation, asking the apprentice questions about the quality of the work, the material used in the making of the goblets, its decoration. Their expression and laughter told him the haggle was in good humor, but each pressed the other hard. He pulled from listening to them and the apprentice's explanation when he sensed wood approaching the shop. The shape made them clubs with a strap of metal at the end for added weight. By what he sensed of the life essence, the clubs were at their back, hidden under cloaks of wood-made fabric. He didn't have much time, and it was possible they weren't ready for the shop, but the warning given yesterday had been clear as to what they'd do to her if she continued with her trade before paying what the master demanded. He sent the annoyed apprentice to fetch him a different set of goblets from the back, one inlaid with silver and gold, better fitting of his woman. As soon as the young man had his back to him, stumping to the door, he removed the adornment to make his now clearly subservient role easier to believe. Forgiveness, Mr. Idoli, Mistress Idoli, he said, making his still accented Forterian. Huh? Okay, cool. Thicker. I have been sent with an urgent message. She glanced at him, taking him in that short time, and her expression turned annoyed. What is this about? Something has happened to the stock you were promised? I was told to let you know knives were involved. The word was common enough, no one listening in would ever thought about it, but among those of their illicit trade, it was a signal to be on alert. also used to indicate they shared a similar trade. Not always a sign of trust, but he had to believe she was skilled enough at judging the situation to tell he wasn't the threat. Is something wrong? The merchant asked, studying Tibbs critically. With a roll of the eyes, she looked around and sighed. Probably those vultures I mentioned. She looked at Tibbs expectantly. I don't know anything about birds, he replied, only that they wanted you to hurry before they arrived. She rubbed off her face and locked green eyes on him. I swear, it's impossible to get messengers carry more than two words anymore, she sighed. But if this is about your potential stock, I should see to it immediately. As soon as it's resolved, I'll be back. Then we will be able to finish our business. She looked at Tibbs. If I'll even make sure this one delivers the message personally if there's to be more delays. Won't you? He inclined his head. Yes, mistress. She motioned him to the door, and they exited as the thugs came in sight in the street. Tibbs led her in the opposite direction. They're behind us. I'm not blind, she replied. Tell me you can run. There's an alien. I can't, and clearly you don't know how to do this. She nudged him towards the crowd ahead, undoing the lace of her robe. She glanced at him. When I tell you remove your jerkin, drape it over your arm. It just can't be on your back. It's too distinctive. Tibbs picked it specifically because without the adornment, it was rather plain. They stepped into the crowd, and she took off her robe, exposing a simple dress. She turned it, and its inside was far more older and worn than the outside. She draped it over her shoulders and pulled a hood he hadn't noticed. By the time she slouched and took his arm, he had his jerkin over the other. Help an aged woman get home, young man? Her voice sounded as old as her trembling made her look, to anyone who didn't see her face. They stepped out of the crowd and slowly headed for the side of the street. The three thugs passed them, searching ahead, and he led her away. We're clear, he said, when their essence was far enough. All he had to go by was the club at their back. At least you didn't look back, she whispered. I've done this before. You make a habit of rescuing old ladies? No, of evading thugs and guards intent on administering a beating. The glare told them she knew what he had alluded to. She straightened. How about you explain yourself, now that we're safe? What is this about? Keeping you from receiving another beating isn't enough? She glared at him. Don't sing me a song about how you did this out of the goodness of your heart, out of the goodness of that little heart of yours. I sell lies for a living. Then think of this as a demonstration of why having a team working with you helps keep you from being beaten. She rolled her green eyes. Let me share a piece of information that saved Malahide more times than I can count at this point. Any time a stranger found me and claimed to have gone through all that trouble to help me, they were lying, without exception, she added as he opened his mouth. Now, how about you tell me what you're really after? He closed it and kept it closed on all the ways he could try to make this to her advantage. I need a team, he finally said. He couldn't be honest about everything, but enough to satisfy her. One that's fine working without the master's approval. What I'm after requires the kind of coins that comes from having to do jobs, and they'll be big enough everyone on the team will have heavy purses by the time I'm done. The more people work with you, the more chances are one of them will betray you, she stated. How many coins would the master have to give you to betray me? She spat. That man can go burn in the abyss. This used to be a nice city for folks like us before he set himself up as master of us all. He controls so much there's barely anything left for us to build a life and help our friends. None of her word glowed. The people I have in mind think like you, and the master, as well as the guards, will be busy dealing with someone else while we work. Her expression turned speculative. And what is it you expect me to do on this team of yours? He smiled. What I saw you do so well today. She looked surprised. Talk? He grinned. Think. She started. So what's your name? Thibault is what I'm going by here. Then you can call me Cinta. Stop! A woman yelled, her voice carrying authority. Carrying authority he ignored. By the order of the king, stop! He kept running, his dark green cape flowing behind him. He'd gathered He'd gathered the three guards after clumsily accosting and stealing the lower noble's coin purse. He'd have preferred a heavier one. More taken coins meant more outrage on the noble's part, more screaming, more stories being told, but he'd have needed a wealthier market for that. And this form act and this form act was designed to be performed within this one. And this first, oh wow. And this first act was designed to be performed within this one. He loosened the cord on the purse as he stepped onto the barrel without slowing. After all, it didn't need to be the only it didn't need to be the only the noble who had stories. He launched himself up, attracting stares, and threw the purse higher with a small etching to cause the contents to scatter over everyone. Rejoice, he declared on landing, the people stepping away and getting a clear look at his leather mask upper face. For fleet fingers now grace your city. Those in need will receive, and those who have will give, that they want to or not. He bowed to the guard, trying to shove the people gathering the coins out of their way. And those who endeavor to catch him will lose. He smiled at the chaos, slowing them. He gave a salute, turned, and ran. Another barrel helped him reach a roof. Then he posed for the guards to see before running to the other end, where he waited until the first of them rounded the corner before dropping and letting them chase him. He kept the guards at his heel, letting them think they could catch him, that they'd be able to parade him before the citizen and demonstrate that his claim had been a lie. When the larger road came into view at the end of the alley, Tibbs ran across, dodging people, horse, and carts, and causing more to clamor after the green man. In the next alley, he climbed to another roof, ducking until he saw the lead guard pause in the middle of the road, scanning the roofline. He stood, made sure she saw him, and ran. This was going to be fun. The city had smart guards. Tibbs leaned against the chimney, an etching of darkness helping the shadows hide him. He'd followed the man currently stringing his bow 3 roofs over for a few days now. The bow was different from the one he'd had the previous day, or this morning. The master had seen to it. The price for the man's not submitting to the beating he was to receive for not paying his dues. He'd instead sent the 2 back with the previous. The price for the man not submitting to a previous beating he was to receive for not paying his dues. He'd instead sent the 2 back with broken arms and limps. The destruction of that one item had rendered the man's weeks of planning useless. They had hurt him worse than if they had broken his body. He'd scrambled looking for a replacement, but no one would sell him even their worst bow. The master had seen to it. The merchants were terrified of defying him. Which was why Tibbs had caused the wagon to break down where it had and how it had, the axle shattering and tipping it sideways, one of the ropes breaking and causing crates to slip off and land on the street, and one of the wooden crates breaking, scattering its content, a longbow sliding to the edge of an alley, easily missed by the guards rushing to gather the spilled content. It hadn't been the alley the man had been standing in, but it could be seen if someone was attentive. Tibbs hadn't wanted to make it that easy on him. He turned this into a test to confirm more than how determined the man was to carry through with his plan, as well as how he'd pull off the plan. Yeah. How he'd pull it off. How he'd pull it off. The man hadn't hesitated. His eyes locked on the item. He navigated through the crowd, kicked it further in. With it in hand, he kept moving. And with it in hand, he kept moving. The house the archer aimed it at was that of a middling noble family. They had interests in a variety of businesses, which gave them influence within the city, along with increasing their wealth. He'd asked around, and nothing he'd found out pointed some horrible goings on, or going ons, or act they had committed against this man to explain being targeted. They were nobles, so Tibbs knew there would be something if he kept looking. He wasn't interested in the man for his skill in archery, although he was curious as to what the point of the rope tied to the arrow was, as demonstrated by him seeing the bow. He wanted him for how observant he was, as well as how at ease he was with heights. Two useful things in the lookout. The archer loosed the arrow, and Tibbs figured he'd miss when he missed the windowsill. He hadn't worked out what the man expected to do, but it was the only likely target, the only way into the house. There was the problem of the rope not being able to support a grown man's weight, or the fact that even if the shaft was more metal than wood, the head would pull out of the sill with nothing more than a solid tug. The arrow almost touched the wall, passing between it and a thick rope attached to it, then stopped and dropped. The man had grabbed a rope. He pulled on it until the arrow came stuck between the pipe and the wall. The shot had been intentional. Tibbs was impressed. The gap was hardly larger than the thickness of the arrow. The archer wrapped the rope around his hand and pulled. He braced himself and pulled harder. The arrow held. This explained the metal added to the shaft. He tied the rope around the chimney until it was tight, then held on to it. Lowering himself, then raising his feet until it, much to Tibbs's surprise, held his weight. There were other essence than wood in the fiber, including thin strand of metal. None of it had the feel of worked essence. But he didn't know how it could be so strong. Metal was fragile in thin strands. He put his feet over the rope, then hanging upside down, he crossed the gap to the window. He was high enough. He was too high for the latch, which he resolved by crossing his feet and using that to hold him to the rope, freeing his hands and letting him reach the latch. Shimmying it undone, he grabbed the top of the window to enter. While the man was inside, Tibbs jumped to the roof and studied the rope. As he sensed, it was woven fiber, roughly half wood and a quarter metal, and the rest something he couldn't identify visually. Even the metal was woven. The archer exited the window sooner than Tibbs expected, and he stepped into the shadows. He hadn't cased the house, but he could sense the safe a floor below, as well as the coins in them. There was constant motion in the corridor. Most noble had their offices on the busiest floor, making it that much harder for someone to reach it unnoticed. The archer hadn't gone there. Tibbs hadn't paid much attention, but he was confident the man hadn't left the floor he'd entered. He returned along the rope, then untied it and lowered the arrow until it was out of sight before letting the rope go to dangle against the building. Difficult to see, even knowing it was there. Unstrung, bow in hand, heavy purse at his belt, the man entered the building by the left the roof by the access and went down by the access into the building. And went down. Tibbs took the faster way and watched as the archer exited, crossed to an alley, and made his way to the back of the house he targeted. When no one could see him, he hurried into the yard and to the wall, retrieving the arrow and rope, looping it around his arm. He waited until no one could see him again, and left the yard, returning to the alley where Tibbs waited for him. "I have a proposition for you," he said, stepping out of the shadows. The man was against the wall, bow at his feet, hand to his chest. "Piss! What are you trying to do? Kill me?" "No, but considering you didn't reach for your weapon, I could have." You need to work on that, considering how you have an enemy. Who could say who you have as an enemy? The man retrieved the bow. I don't need anyone's help. Conscious of Cinta's words of the previous days, Tibbs said, but I can use yours, making sure the master doesn't get in my way, and it's going to pay well. The man's expression was dubious, so Tibbs laid out the basics of what he was planning, and the man's smile told him when he was on board. And that concludes chapter 41 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Royal Road for free. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And I will be right back. No, it's not confirmed. That answers that. Atoll Station. One battle station. We have 59 allies. We're going up against 8 enemies. Alrighty, if we can reach them, this should be quick. Queen Bee is in first place. Tramar is in second. Bibu takes over third. Okay, Tramar is in first. Queen Bee is in second. Tramar jumps back to first. Bibu is now in second. Queen Bee is in third. Tramar kills an epic. Papa Narcissus kills the other one, and we're done. Tramar is in first place, 2 kills, 6 assists. Katakrak is in second place, 5 assists. And Bibu is in third, 2 kills, 3 assists. We've got gold, and Decanizer is there for it. We've got barbarians that no one is claiming, so Bellygal Gruff gets the axe. And we move on to an insane battle before the super boss. And it is yet another barbarians for me. Really? Okay, there you go. Come on, there you go. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Alrighty. It is lunchtime for me. Holy cow. I will do my best to return in time to run the battle and realize that we had slipped forward quite that much. If I cannot, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Atoll. Station, everyone. Battle station. We have 51 allies. We're going up against 65 enemies. Alrighty, this should be interesting. Lumos is in first place. Belly takes that over. Lumos is back in first. Stogies in third is in second. Belly's in first. Lumos is in second. Stogie is in third. And, alrighty. Let's take on the boss. Who shall kill the boss? And I do. Stogie jumps to first place. Lumos is in second. Belly is in third. And we are approaching the end. And we're done. We've won. Captain Stogie is in first place, 6 kills, 17 assists. Lumos Lucario is in second place, 1 kill, 20 assists. Billy Balagruff is in third, 12 kill, 4 assists. We've got vampires, monks, and healers, and no one claiming them. So, Bibo is getting bitten, Captain Stogie gets monked, and Mope gets healed. And we move on to a super boss battle. And another barbarian. Let's force them to do some of the work. Alrighty, so we'll see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Battle Station. One battle station. We have 54 allies. We're going up against 29 enemies. 4 bosses. That's going to be interesting. Astromage is in first place. Papa Narcisse is in second. Shalo is in third. Astromage kills an epic. Tremere kills the other one. Darth kills 1, 2. So pole position remained the same. We've got 1 thug left. There we go. Astromage kills the last of the epic. Now we just need to get rid of the piggies, which should be simple enough. Did I die somewhere along the way? Looks like I did. Cool. And we are done. We have won. Astromage is in first place, 3 kill, 23 assist. Papa Narcisse is in second place, 5 kill, 19 assist. And Lumos Lucario is in third, 11 assist. We have Lego Heads and Musketeers. And no one claiming them. So, Spider Pop and Lumos Lucario get Legos. Astromage gets muskets. And we move on to the next world. We reset, we restart. Ooh, hard battle going to tomorrow's gold chest. And yep, still on that. So yeah, should have put him on the edge, but forgot. Alrighty, need to check. Oh, okay, that was the last one, so that's good. That's done. And all right. Oh, 1 token left. That means I can go back to fairies after this for the next battle. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Hey, Akla, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? About to do a 15-minute sprint. Oh, congrats. Cool. Good luck. I hope you are satisfied with the results. I am doing well. Thank you very much. This afternoon, I will be working on Chapter 10 of The Last Detour. You need to refill your bottle of water, clean dishes, which means audiobook time. Cool. Alrighty, this is going to be an Alex chapter. Do your sprint, 15 minutes, you won't need to lower your volume. Cool. I'll avoid talking. hopefully they're working on it. Uh, Closed betas are planned for as soon as StreamReader ends. Um, I'm hoping to get in on that. It's gonna depend on how they go about picking who gets on it, because I'm definitely not famous. I'm definitely not popular. So if that's a criteria, I'm out of luck. But we'll see. If not, I'll try to get in on the open beta. And if not, I'll have to survive until the game starts for officially. Wait, no. Wait. Actually, okay, I have. Right, he doesn't know yet that they're in contact. Enjoy the dishes. Battle Station. One battle station. We have 43 allies. We're going up against 34 enemies. And Shalo takes the lead. Astromage is in second. Zig is in third. Rambo was in third. Darth is now in third. Shalo is in first. Darth is in second. Astromage is in third. Darth kills the Epic. And we bring the battle to an end. Darth Torlin makes it to first place, 5 kill, 8 assist. Shalo is in second place, 2 kill, 9 assist. Astromage is in third, 7 kill, 2 assist. We've got gold, and oh, Decanizer has left. We've got Saints, we've got Rogues. We've got no one claiming them, so Barry73 gets gold. Sigatapot gets sanctified, and Silver the Diamond Witch gets robbed. And we move on to me collecting scrolls. And I'm gonna clear a quest, but first, we're gonna start a hard battle on the way to tomorrow's gold chest. Alright. Let's check quests. So that is done. All I have left is winning battles, so Berries is what I'm going for. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 56 allies. We're going up against 54 enemies. And we are off. Captain Stogie is in the lead. Lumos takes over that. Silver takes over that. Lumos is in second. Stogie is in third. Silver killed an epic. Captain Stogie is in second. Mope is in third. Mope is in second. Lumos is in third. As we take on the last batch. Lumos is in first, Silver's in second, Meowfa's in second, Silver's back in second place. Silver's in first, Lumos is in second, Meowfa is in third, and with that we're done. We've won. Silver, the Diamond Witch, is in first place. 11 kill, 4 assist. Lumos Lucario is in second place, 4 kill, 9 assist. And Meowfa is in third, 2 kill, 11 assist. We've got bombers, healers, and barbarians, and no one claiming them. So, Meowfa gets the axe, Sergeant Kate Dog gets healed, and Shalo gets bombed. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to tomorrow's gold chest. And another fairy for me. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. It works. I'm I'm okay with this first draft being very iffy. This book is not playing to my strength. But what is needed is there. When I do second draft, it'll be better. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 37 allies. We're going up against 11 enemies. Alrighty. Astromage is in first place. Silver is in second. Shalo takes over first. Minag is in second. Astromage is in third. Killjoy was in third. Captain Stogie is in third. Barry kills one of the Epic. Who kills the other one? Minog. And with that, we are done. We have won. Shalo is in first place, 2 kills, 6 assists. Minog is in second place, 2 kills, 5 assists. And Captain Stogie is in third, 1 kill, 4 assists. Oh, tied with Barry. We've got Shinobis, we've got Saints, we've got no one claiming them, so Tattoo Lover gets Sanctified. Dex Karma gets Stab. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to tomorrow's gold chest. Alrighty. It is past 2 p.m. Time for me to visit the shop where fairies get purchased. I'm above 20k. I get a refresh. I'm above 25. That is another refresh and a fairy. And I'm above 30 still. Alrighty. That is that. So half an hour to see how this turns out. And to visit the viewer side shop where Lancers get purchased. I'm above 50k. I got a refresh. I am above 55. I got another refresh. And I'm above 60. And that is that. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 57 allies. We're going up against 40 enemies. Decanizer starts in the lead. Tremere is in third as Shello jumps to second place. Decanizer's in first. Shello's in second. Tremere is in third. Who shall kill the epic? Lucy killed the epic. Tremere is now in first place. Decanizer is in second. Shello is in third. And I believe we are about to finish this. We are done. We have won. Tremere is in first place. 1 kill, 15 assists. Decanizer is in second place. 3 kills, 12 assists. And Shello is in third. 1 kill, 14 assists. We've got Musketeers, we've got Saints, we've got nobody claiming them. So, Cuddles gets Muskets, Lucifer gets Sanctified. And for the last battle of the day, we move on to a very hard one. Maybe. And it is another very alrighty. You know what? This might fit in here. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Atoll. Station 1. Battle Station. We have 59 allies. We're going up against 39 enemy. Did I just see that I did not put last battle? Nah. Captain Stogie is in the lead. Sigma takes that over. Dex Karma is in third. And we take on the Epic, as that is the only thing left. And Captain Stogie kills the Epic. And Sigma is in first place, 13 kills. Deccanizer's in second place, 4 kill, 8 assists. And Captain Stogie is in third, 1 kill, 10 assists. We have Saints, Lego Heads, and Centurions. And no one claiming them. So, Azido gets shielded, Manog gets Legos, Mialfa gets Sanctified. And that brings the battling to an end for today. Whitney collecting scrolls. Yep. Oh, another one. Cool. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we will have an insane placement will start for an insane battle. Then we will have gold, the boss, and whatever the next map brings. If we're lucky, we might be able to start the super boss and finish it. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 12. That's 6 hours. I mean, if it sends us up, I might bypass it. Might sacrifice a scroll chest to get to the super boss. But that'll be for tomorrow. So I hope to see you then. And with my writing done, I will end the stream with a raid to someone new. Daybreakathon. So thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild, and in the afternoon, The Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.